but they have never proved it in a world championship today, and this could all change. All they need to do is win one best of 5. Surely that should be possible, but I'm sure their opponents will put up a big fight. Let's welcome XG.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
It has been 4 years since the Chinese team was in the grand finals of the International, and Amazing Q and Coach Wei were right there. They were so close. They have returned stronger, better, and ready to take on this grand finals against Team Falcons, and they are no strangers to playing in an international in a grand finals, and I think maybe that just might give them a little edge, and maybe Barclays Arena in terms of their vocal cords is giving them a little edge as well.
No, I'm loving the side of, you know, it's right to our left, right? The XG fan base, as soon as the game starts, they're just roaring. It is just so much support for this team, and again, it is the best possible grand finals that you could ask for, right? Falcons versus XG. You know, it's the international for a reason. You want to have the big international teams from across the world clashing against each other. I couldn't ask for anything else today.
No, it's honestly the best thing possible, and we've talked about it before. They've already matched up, and it was an absolute nail-biter. Like 3 games, all over an hour, high skill. You know, you have the team fights back and forth, new picks coming out, just all the stuff happening that you want to see at a TI. But yeah, I gotta say, XG for me and Falcons, like some of their players, they're so high-skilled. I just love watching them play.
But after their matchup, they went through different journeys in the playoffs, right? Falcons looked extremely dominant after the road to the international. They clearly learned a lot of lessons, took it into the playoffs, whereas Extreme Gaming, their road was not as simple. Their game seemed harder. Their game seemed longer. They had to play in these situations where they were down so much net worth. They could have lost yesterday versus BB Team. They brought it back. They channeled that TI magic. They could have lost today, and they brought it back versus P-Vision, and they channeled that TI magic. I mean, they're just doing this from their passion, from their grit, whereas Falcons are so methodical. They've been so clean the entire playoffs.
Unlike previous TIs, so Falcons at least have dropped games, right, in their journey here. Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to P-Vision. The fact that they've at least dropped a game in that series, it does give me hope that it's going to be an extremely competitive TI finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, I love some of the things that you can see on screen right now. Like, everyone has, like, their own type of techniques, right? You have Skeeter, he does this little lock-in. You have other teams that are gonna, like, you know, gonna do the fist bump, you do your handshake, you, like, get yourself in the zone, like, stay steady. Because these games, and being on the stage, especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the international, and we thought that that was going to carry on in the international itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Offlane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance one after the other, where he just takes it all, his Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game. They have to turtle. They have to hug Ame, look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8K net worth. at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcon's early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe, Zhao Wei from XG, if he changes a couple of the bans, he tries to take out some of that tempo that Falcons utilize, then we might be getting to the 40, 50-minute points of the game where, the epic team fights and the scaling of Chinese Dota gets to shine.
I am happy you mentioned Zhao Wei, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the two coaches that will pick their players hero. I say that though, Kezu, but I do seem to remember AUI talking about that he's no longer the one clicking the buttons. Zhao Wei is, of course.
Yeah, so of course AUI, he gave it over to Amar, who it seems he's doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Amar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Zhao Wei himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AUI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, you've got them right here.
But also in regards to the finals, right? Falcons, they played the most games coming into it, but they have the smallest hero pool when you compare both of them, right? Heroes played, I think it's like 37 to Falcons. XG have played over 45 heroes in like 3 or 4 less games, right? So I think in regards to the coaching, it's going to be, can Zhao Wei find a niche new pick or new strategy to throw at Aoi, whilst Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it would be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the flair that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the Sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Knight come out of Extreme Gaming, Kezu.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that these teams did match up, right? We talked about the road to TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. You've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back. And it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the drafts, because especially in the grand finals, it's going to be mainly about the gameplay. Sure, the draft, it will make it easier. But if you outplay your opponent, you will weather the storm. You can get through the early game. You can get through the mid game. And I love that you guys touched on it earlier, because where Falcons get the lead, it's early. It's the lanes into the first rotation, whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcons has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Malrine. This is his second international. Malrine has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earth Shakers, Effie.
Oh, Malrine, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. We call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the International by far. He averages 80 seconds of stun per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 346-second stun record in one of his really long games versus Tidebound. But the way that they draft, the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker mid, they'll pick this Sand King mid, they'll let him farm his Link Dagger, and then he's just on that enemy safe lane, creating the stuns with the follow-up damage from crit, and that's how they get their first few kills.
I mean, he's so good at tempo controlling, right? It's what they want from him. His heroes play so good for it, and his positioning and spellcasting is just top-notch.
It helps that those heroes that you've highlighted are all kind of very active with little to no economy, right? Like a Sank needs a blink, a Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in laning phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Malrine opening up the early game.
Happy honeymoon. And of course, on stage right now, we do have 10 players that really want to claim that Aegis that is on display. But let's take a look at what it actually takes to claim the Aegis.
It is a summit that few have conquered, where the legends of the past have written their own epic stories, where scores of fallen contenders have mourned their shattered dreams. You can give everything and never reach it. But those who triumph here will forge a legacy far greater than fame. 16 teams began this journey in Hamburg. The last two now face off on the ultimate stage. Each is one step from immortality, with one final adversary standing in the way. We gather to bear witness, to honor those who've battled here, to see who will join the ranks of the fallen hopefuls, and who will ascend to the highest tier. The road to victory is always changing. What it takes to be a champion remains the same. Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 1.
Here we go, it has begun. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side, Team Falcons on the Dire side, and the drafting has begun. The strategic part of how these two teams will try to get their first victory on the board in this best of 5. Let's see how the teams have prepared versus each other, and let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week. We already have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on his sniper there, Effie.
You really have to respect this hero and its ability to come out during the grand finals, because this is his pocket pick. This is his hero that he never loses lane with. And you know what? Just take his lane dominators out of the way, enable Mallory, and that's the play that Falcons are going to make here. For Extreme Gaming, they just take out that Sand King. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to try to let it through and beat it, and now they've got first pick. Maybe they could look towards their XXS Earthshaker, but they've got their freedom of choice here, Kazu.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a lot about these heroes that we've seen banned out a lot, right? We have Falcons, like Mars is available for the pool. It's gonna be on the eyes of both teams. And yeah, like you said, I love this ban. You wanna make sure that you stay in the comfort and don't give something to the enemy team that's gonna take you out of your comfort. And XM, on these really nasty and annoying heroes, that's his specialty.
It's the exact same bans that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played, and they first picked Shaker in that position. I'm interested to know if they are to do that. Falcons, they first picked Shaker early in the tournament and got annihilated, so they know how to deal with it, and instead XG, they go for the Mars. Again, we do have two of the most experienced Mars players in the world now in this grand final between XSS and ATF.
I love this Mars pick. You know it's going to be contested in this draft, but they're saying that their offlane player, XXS, he's been owning this entire tournament. Let's first pick his hero. Who cares counters? Who cares how the early game goes? We'll just get him that Blink Dagger, and he will create situations for us.
Then I would like Falcons to respond straight away, just like the Pangolier. You've already banned the Puck, the Sniper. Against the Arena, you have that Chaos. If XG is going to go for Comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the picks with Comfort for themselves?
What I love too, when you have two of the best teams playing like their best heroes, it really goes to show you what they value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like, what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier, really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching, looks great.
Yeah, both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies, so not giving away too much here either, and maybe even some flex still possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like if you're also going to look at the bans, both of these heroes require a lot of similar things for them, right? You want this follow-up damage into the teamfight, so the Hoodwinks, the Snaps, very likely that Falcons have their eyes on it, same for Extreme Gaming, and if one of them gets banned out, the other gets picked, gonna have to look further down the list.
The question is, do you think XG is going to start trying to enable the Mars by banning out difficult heroes for the Mars to initiate on, or is it more thinking about the wider game? At the moment, they're still going towards taking away the Malrine specialties, right, the Shakers, but something to think about potentially for future picks.
I think they're thinking of the wider game right now, because if you're first picking your offlaner, you're saying that it doesn't matter how the laning stage goes, we just want this hero for us. And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming, they flex it between 4 and 5, and if you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of course.
Yeah.
Which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out of pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go into the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban for it too, so that Extreme don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armari heroes that can be quite good against the Mars. You know, maybe some Underlord, where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct players for it.
And it will be a ban to the Troll for the ban, the one ban that Falcons had, and the non-surprising Snapfire. I'm sure that also Extreme Gaming knows that this hero would come out at this stage. They opted to ban out the Beastmaster and the Shaker. No harm in that either. Very strong heroes in the hands of Falcons.
I think Snapfire in particular goes up in value if you see an offlaner very early, because you can see if it's the pipe buyer or not. Mars, this hero does not really buy pipe for his team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage. Mars has a different archetype though. He's that Yules into Blink Fire, into BKB, into Refresher, and XG snag up a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their stun.
The question for XG is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to kind of know exactly what they're laning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think it's okay if you pick your 5 here, just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Oh, is it? Oh, first phase ban, yeah, I'm blind. Well, they go for the Elder Titan.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible game yesterday with it.
He's been so good on this hero for years. Even in like the prime LGD days, they were very good at always. You have the range carry on Ame, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just wants this abundance of AoE spells being thrown into. They've played this combo many times before. Great pick.
They did this exact opening earlier in the playoffs against Nigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink with Snapfire, that's the opening they have. But even, we talk about Snap and Hoodwink, it's kind of the same hero for what it does on the map, but it's such a formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want to do. They want a team fight. They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spellcast. And they're just going to triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage to take advantage of ET's buff. They need that Leshrac-style mid laner that is really going to pump out the DPS.
Honestly, it's going to feel good doing that, because Falcons, they're picking the Enchantress. They're going for that pace in that early game pressure that enabled them to, put P-Vision to the lower bracket. And now against XG, the same formula could work, right? If you break your lanes, take these early towers, it's not going to be a 4-kill game at 15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is usually where they end up taking Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3, you don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB hero, because you are going up against the Mars, against the Hoodwink, you have the edge. Because Falcons, this is also no surprise to XG, you have seen these heroes before, you know what they're going to do in the early game. But at the top level of Dota, you can show your cards, but if you execute perfectly, it is really hard to play into it. It's also where the Troll ban comes in kind of handy. It's good for the Sven. So now for XG, where do you want to go? They've shown us like a Medusa before, because Ame, he wants the carry matchup. He can have it if he wants to. This is his pick if he wants to have it.
It's the Medusa or the Ursa. That's where I'm leaning. If you want to go for not dying to the burst and the jump, you can go for the Ursa. You then follow up with your Arena, and then the Medusa, like you mentioned, also very, very strong. The only question mark would be Panglid, Diffusal Blade. Is that annoying enough to scare you from picking it? If it isn't, also very, very good.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most important pick in the draft. They have 2 bans afterwards to protect it, and of course it is the other team, it's Falcons, that is getting the overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa, so that will be Ame's hero for this one.
Yeah, it just gives you that ability to kind of clutch up in the moments. Like, a lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have been, pumping in a Lotus or a quick turnaround play, and why not put Ame on a hero that can throw himself into these vulnerable positions and let the rest of his team shine, and then he'll turn it around.
He gives them like all the follow-up damage that they're looking for, and still he's XM open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to XG, XXS, XM, standout performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can absolutely turn the game on its head.
It's a really great pick in terms of also jumping the backline. You have this ET who with the Spirit is going to be able to scout out heroes for you in teamfights. You want the ability to instantly connect to them, either with an arena and just burst them down really quickly. The only issue is Ursa ET on lane, you're going to play against either Snap or Enchantress. It's most likely the Snap, and maybe even a Pango off lane. And in that case, he's going to suffer a little bit. Like, his entry into the game will be slower. Ursa is not renowned for his laning unless he's paired with something like a Disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right?
Yep.
The last time that Amar played Viper competitively was 4 months ago. What stops Amar doing something like this as well? Like, I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15-20 minutes, like, that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane. And there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if there is any team that has Viper on their radar always...
Oh, go again, go again.
Oh my god!
One more.
We've got so many legends on there.
Has he got more?
There will be more. Nice.
Right. Little hipster.
We gotta fix that one.
Ooh, very late. My guy.
Going back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Instead, they ban out the Doom
This
again.
man
Very,
must
very
be
stable.
really warm.
Oh, yeah.
Great way to close it out.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen of Pain on Extreme Gaming. That will be their hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for XG here. They lacked range damage and the ability to instantly blink in and follow up. Storm gets taken out, Lesh, who builds Blink Dagger, gets taken out. All that's left is for Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave to give you that added damage. XG are looking to blink in, take the fights quickly, burst them, and then re-engage.
And building on that as well, they also have kiting, right? If they are to blink in and maybe misinitiate, Ursa can disengage, Quap can disengage, ET can assist the fight to ensure that the secondary fight also looks quite good. The layering on XG's lineup ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure any single time.
So you can decide, do you want Pango to go in the mid lane, or do you want Amar to play it on the off lane?
I mean, you can go mid, but you do take quite a beating from the Queen of Pain. It's not your favorite matchup. You could say similar things for the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the Snap 4, you can like try to offset the lanes. So to me, it's more about what they value more. Like, what do they also feel like they need from the game? You have two guys that jump in. Like, your draft covers quite a lot. So if you care more about the lanes, you could go for a pretty heavy laning hero here.
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final pick, and here it is. Oh, it's an Ember Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
So they went for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and try to match its tempo.
Yeah, not only that, it provides so much vision throughout the game. The lockdown available for XG is quite limited, so if Maurine's going in first, baiting Exus has to ever waste a spear or arena, it then activates the rest of his lineup to go in, and then you throw in a Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder as well. Vision and information will be always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
So if you're playing Hoodwink and ET versus Ember Spirit, who's having a good start and is getting these runes, good luck. Good luck, because you cannot defend yourself against this hero. For Falcons, they have their typical map play style of mid. They're going to have their initiation from the offlane. They're going to have Malrine building these early items and running at people, and the double supports farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off, and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I mean, I really love these two drafts. Like, the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, you know, against Extreme Armor. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup, but I also like that Falcons, they covered their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, you know, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the net worth to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute banger team fighting.
Well, that would be fantastic. I do have one final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do kind of like a sixth man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last Grand Final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid, and how did your Grand Final go after that?
It was good. It was 3-0.
It was good. It was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Well, actually, no. It was P-Vision, actually. The equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I would love a 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope for 5 games, you know? We actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
Then let's hear it for the potential of this Grand Final. Hamburg, make some noise for this Grand Final!
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce East versus West will grace the Grand Finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that goes into the International. And a large part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true, until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket, return to a finals, a 3rd appearance for some of these players? They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're going to play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play, because everybody knows the heroes that are going to come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's lane stage is insane. You have to come prepared for it. You cannot give them too much room, too much tempo, particularly when you give up these tempo supports. The Chen, the Enchantress, you can't ban them all. Snaking's going to get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. Ame, he's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big, big value.
And also, we have the 2 biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying lane to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Earn charge is already online for Jin-Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin-Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaking? One more hit, he's got it. A 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farm hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected, and so much XP for X-Nova on an amazing hero to get early levels on in this Elder Titan. Already has the boots online, already level 4, putting points into that natural order. You combine this with some of the Queen damage later, the Mars damage later. They have such good teamfight combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start, play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Fighting for power runes, but locked down by the chains. Got to push Swag, trying to stop it. Another stun comes in. XM is able to get the blink away, and Jin-Q is the one to pick up the arcane rune instead. A little bit of HP fed over to Malrine. He'll be okay, and XM being the ranged hero should be able to weather through this a bit.
Jin-Q just playing with him. This early Urn creates such a threat with the blood grenade combination. He's basically just fighting 2 supports in the river, taking the rune away from Malrine. That's a huge win. As XM feeling the pressure of some of these summons. Double range creep, plus Enchantress, plus Catapult about to hit your tower. Need reinforcements here.
Yeah, where is this Elder Titan? He's been hanging out with this Ursa, but he's needed in the mid lane. They pop a glyph here. And depending on how much Falcons want to tank here, they have another enchant. So another creep to be able to tank this tower. A few more Siege Wagon hits, and then another round of creeps will enter into the tower. So this Siege Wagon, it's going to get well below half here. The Spirit only just now showing up, but what do you even do as an Elder Titan this early?
Not a lot. Tough matchups. You don't interact well with the Ember Spirit. You don't have the lockdown for him. Just got to beat him back, but that is some significant tower pressure.
Oh, but the trade-off, Ame. He almost gets the kill on Amar, but he also takes the Wisdom Shrine. That is a big move. Extreme. I mean, they drew the first blood quite figuratively and literally as they managed to get the first kill, but also won the laning phase. Falcons with this move on mid was brilliant, but the trade-off, Extreme got to be very happy as their supports are going to get their level 6s before Falcons.
Huge advantage gained off that play from Ame, getting aggressive on that bottom lane. Even forced double support TP there that yielded nothing for Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top with this Mars, no support can come in for Skeeter. If you want to get aggressive on mid, that option's available with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, like how does Skeeter even play top anymore? It's a level 6 Mars and a level 5 Hoodwink at 8 minutes in. He's got to abandon this lane.
So many levels on these supports.
Power Rune, Malrine tries to get it, does manage to grab it. Regen into the bottle.
Nice pickup for him. I mean, XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave. Love to get some action going, but the mobility from this Ember Spirit, just not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it? Malrine tries to get there in time, but XM already snags the deny. Malrine would love to get a kill on X-Nova, but not the case. Against an Enchantress, this is just inevitable, right? You're going to bleed out towers.
Yes.
You just got to try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did. When this Enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous, and they're a lot more fluid for Snaking to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure farm for the spend.
Snaking control did not make the read there. That a ward was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning ward, though.
Ame hunting him here in the jungle. He's got his eyes on him.
You got to punish this Enchantress. You can't just let Snaking live in your jungle. He will do that until you punish him. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, is it required? XM, they can't even get him.
Nice enchant for the Dispel and the Overpower. Ame trying to hold it. Snaking holds longer.
And of course, anybody who shows up in the top lane is going to die. It's just a matter of time. Crit's not dead yet. And now with the Ember Spirit here, looks like the Mars is in big trouble, and Jin-Q is not able to chase after Crit. It's going to be XXS to fall instead as Falcons bring 4 up the top. They do not want to be losing these early towers.
That was a big committal. I mean, you're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who was having a fantastic time. That's a big kill. But it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for XM on the mid. Got to look towards this 10-minute power rune. If he can grab it here, it would be a huge win for XG. Malrine looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Malrine going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the bottom. With a haste rune, not required to pop it just yet. He's able to blink away.
Big rune to take away from that Ember.
Yeah.
Right, that is super dangerous around the map. Still
it's also
no Sonic Wave thrown in this game.
Yeah, we got to start establishing our own threats from the mid lane if you're Extreme Gaming. You're looking around where the Sonic Wave has been off cooldown for like 4 minutes now. We just haven't put it to use.
Easily a move he can make to top, right? If you have this arena on top, anybody that shows there, just arena him into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements come in, that can be a great fight. You can connect through the gate. It's kind of your best point of attack right now. You can also continue to hold it here and use it defensively. If you want Ame to continue playing bottom against some of the threat that the Pango holds, the Queen can counterplay that a little bit.
Crit playing games with XXS and Jin-Q once again, but this time around Extreme bring a whole lot more heroes to the mix. Falcons decline to do the same. They'll give up the tower finally and make a trade-off of their own.
A lot of trades happening in this game, but man, Crit has suffered in this early game. Losing the Wisdom Shrines really hurt him because he had to play more sacrificial on that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Sapphire's level 4.5 right now. I don't know when you're going to have kisses in this game, but it's not going to be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and change, but right now, getting kisses online fast, taking fights around that ult, super powerful long-range damage. We've seen it just win team fights straight up. We saw what Jin-Q did with it in the previous series. The more this is delayed, the better the team fights look for XG, particularly around that Roche pit, if Ame gets off to a fast start. Malrine just playing with her mid, looking for that 12-minute power rune.
XM challenges him again. The stomp, it lands. Good bushwhack, the turnaround, and there's the Sonic Wave, but it wasn't even required. Jin-Q had it well in hand. That bushwhack combined with the sharpshooter, well played.
And Skeeter's here looking for the fight. There's nothing to fight. He'll just pick up the rune and go back to the jungle. Huge kill in this Ember Sphere. That's the hero. You want to get the fast Mage Slayer on that Falcons can snowball through. Every time you take him off the map, you buy so much time for your other cores.
Yeah, and Skeeter will have the luxury of stacks where you can see it. Extreme do not have that same luxury. 9 more stacks than Extreme have done. I mean, when you have that kind of imbalance, Extreme have to get aggressive, right? There's no other option.
Start stacking of your own, claim early Roshans, or start taking some more team fights. The interesting part about this game is you won the Wisdom Shrine battle, but Falcons are ahead in XP. Because Skeeter just got so much more out of this jungle. This Sven is level 11. He's a couple levels ahead of the nearest core. So their supports are behind, but their cores are ahead. And these are cores that can absolutely just win the fight, even if the supports are lacking some net worth.
Hey, I'm just happy we get to see 2 cores that do not build Helmadom.
Oh, there's not going to be a single helm in this game.
Bless. Another Wisdom Shrine is coming up in 40 seconds. Crowd happy as they've been all day.
The helm meta died somewhere in the lower bracket, it would seem, as these teams just want to duke it out. Malrine still looking for that Mage Slayer, but very strong on the front line as long as he doesn't get bushwhacked into the burst damage.
Tried to get the slight chains, but let's face it, diving into the tier 2, that is a risk a bit too much for Falcons. And this smoke seems to have petered out.
And items flying in for XG right now. They dodge that fight, they get Blade Mail on the Quap, they get Yules on the Mars. Early fight items now online. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are spawning. Looks like they're just going to get it traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something really sneaky down there.
Yeah, this will make it so that Malrine can't be nearly as aggressive, right? There was very little punish outside of a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially a Mars who just Yules Arena Spheres. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line. A lot of threat coming out from XXS right now. Downside is you don't have the reach of something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive smoke play with confidence. But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job, and yeah, that ward scouted that out.
That first move with this Yules, it's going to be red. Smoked right underneath a laning ward.
Upside is if you just go to the tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower and get something out of this move regardless, as Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position.
Yep.
Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM.
And an Obs.
Who was next to him?
Obs placed right under Sentry up top.
You're going to try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar. The chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not going to fall, there's really no need.
That's not a fight you want to force into this amp damage Ember. Not the timing to do it, especially when Ursa's just not going to join the fight. Battle Fury was just finished for Ameg a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. Recovering his disadvantage against the Sven, who had all of those ancient stacks earlier. Does not want to be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. After the tower's defended, back to hitting neutrals. They really haven't gotten... They haven't ground out that usual lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase. Extreme is still keeping up despite the stack disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Why is that?
They're just resilient around the map. They rarely give up really bad core deaths. I mean, the games that are spiraling are going to spiral for anybody, but I feel like they just don't feed in poor places. It's usually getting lanes super deep. X-Nova, he's...
Oh, okay, the Croaker. Yeah, Snaking had that well in control. There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Malrine, let him bring these supports back into the game in a really nice position. Look,
Malrine does find another one. Slight chains, kisses. And XXS biding his time, waiting for Malrine to show, but the kisses give too much information. They have to back away.
Too easy right now. Just follow this Ember. Very little XG can do about it unless they are just baiting someone out and going and using.
Yeah, as you said, the core's not being picked off, but they do manage to find some support kills.
Actually don't mind this kind of style though. Like, they're willing to give up some part of the map early on in a game to push it later, get their item timings, and take that fight. Even if it's at a 5 or 6k net worth disadvantage, they believe in their execution. They believe in their timing. They're going to overcome that, particularly around the Roche pit. We have seen this team dominate Roshan fights. To me, it's been their signature sauce for this event.
I was about to say, if anything's going to give them even more confidence, is going to be that lower bracket finals, game 3. Yeah. They played against a net worth advantage the entire time, and still had the confidence they were going to be able to pull through, and they sure did.
I mean, at this point, just believe XXS is going to win you the Roshan fight, because he's done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS is in a position to make the steal.
And There's the Blink Dagger for the Mars. He was thinking about BKB or Blink, but he opts for the Blink. Tells me XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes. If you can get a team fight on top of Falcons with you being the initiator, particularly on that Pangolier or Ember, it can break that fight open, especially if it's around the pit, straight into Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power rune that doesn't spawn. Amar makes a poke at XM and reveals that there is a whole heap of heroes right behind him.
Blinks are also online for Falcons. Pango Blink, Sven Blink, Instant Smoke. Falcons are going to look to do what XG just wanted to.
XXS is thinking about striking first, though, and he managed to get the pin. No Yules required. They just blew him up, and the Rolling Thunder will come too late to save the Ember Spirit. But maybe Skeeter, you can see him. He's holding off right now, waiting for his initiation. When's he going to make his blink? They got the arena onto the two supports. Now he jumps in right up to the Mars. He went in for the offlaner, but now he's surrounded by heroes, and he'll be blown up by Ame. Ame, too, was patient, and he waited for his counterpart in Falcons. He waited for Skeeter.
Beautiful patience from Ame on the side of the fight. He waits for the Sven jump, jumps in with ult. No chance to man fight him this early in the game. And he will clean house. The exact team fight XG we're looking for. Started a little differently for them, but a beautiful pin from XXS. You burst down the Ember. That's what you want. Ember or Pango every single time. It's a recipe for success.
And he could have gone for the safe play of the Yules, but it would have been an entirely different fight. The execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons out of it.
He gets to hold arena for later on, and that's what's kind of dissuading Skeeter here. Like, he doesn't want to jump this Hoodwink who's already dying. He doesn't want to jump that Blade Mail Quap. He wants the Mars. He got sick cleaves off him. Almost kills XM with that angle. But Ame, just better positioning, better moment to jump.
I mean, it all starts with the Ember Spirit pickup, right? He can play the longer game because they're up a man in that regard. 100%. Skeeter forced to do something. XM trying to force a play here.
Stomp misses.
It covers at least the retreat from XM. Falcons go back to their side of the jungle. Despite the loss in that mid lane, not that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. We're still keeping this game very tight at 20 minutes, though. Extreme, they want the Tormentor. They're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will do the same, not to smoke, but trying to defend their territory.
Look at the Basher. Freshly done on Ame. He got it off that fight. Could be super pivotal at locking down these mobile cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now spot snaking, and he'll just pin him. See if they can blow him up with a break. It'll make it a little bit easier, but the heals, man. They can't even burst him down. They just used so many spells and didn't claim the 5 position. They will back out. A good stop, though, and a pin off of it. They're going to jump in. Oh, they go for the kill, and they got him. Amar does what he can, but again, the Rolling Thunder is just not enough to save the life of his buddy. He's got the Yules to defend. XXS trying to stop these kisses. A blink away, and he does manage to prevent any losses there. Falcons, they'll retreat as 4, and Extreme now own the Tormentor.
Such strong early item timings from XG, and XXS finding the spears time and time again. Just sets everything up in this fight. Malrina's not been able to play a single fight other than him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the Spirit out, he can wait for a slight, and then he's going to force you to Remnant out or you get stomped, and you don't know what's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Malrine to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight. I mean, Amar's the most farmed hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Ame's not alone down here, but Falcons know it, thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. Has not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
I think his early game is still good, but he kind of falls off in that mid game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his ultra late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these Spirit heroes are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump, you throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now, and now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta, And I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for slight chains kisses to get guaranteed kills, but we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13K now.
It's also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. I think XG dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power runes going to Maureen.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the side lanes. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
We even see the X-Nova Sphere scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XG for Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of maxed out natural order combined with the deconstruction facet. That's already making a lot of this magic damage be pure. And then you're going to have Hoodwink come in. He's buying up a shard really soon. That boomerang is just going to amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is just gone. No hard save in this lineup. At least you have some armor differential from the Sven. You have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Pango. You can be tanky in these fights, Enchantress with the sprites. But you are worried about that first point of contact.
Yeah, which means Falcons, I mean, they've been struggling to find the initiation. That's what's been causing them so many issues in these early fights. It always seems like XXS is able to hit first before Amar does. So they either got to find that or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB Blink on the Sven now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online. He's hitting a really nice power point. Falcons want to use it.
And if they can get a pick off right now with this smoke, then turn it into Roshan, take that away from an Ursa lineup, would be a massive boon for Falcons. They do not find the kill, though, as Extreme Gaming have already backed up behind their Tier 2, commence with their own smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen and the BKB on the Mars, so they have a nice 2-core item timing to try and take this fight.
They're going to get in position here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team, don't force it too much. I'm almost there.
Almost a defensive Roche play. We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
Yeah. And if they just stick around, though, okay, they do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off-lane position. Nobody on Extreme will be caught by that yet.
I mean, these are the types of situations where the ET feels amazing. Because
it would be really massive if they can catch him, but there's a similar ward. Still, though, found by Falcons, at least taking away some vision on both sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're going to have BKB cores on both sides.
Xnova, he wants it.
They get the kill on the ward. Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now in this standoff. Neither carry wants to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
But Ame got the finished BKB. They got the double obs without anybody getting punished on that. That's a huge win for XG. That was a big smoke move from Falcons to get those wards up and try and use them to take a fight. You let them go down for free. You have one more around this pit top.
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme, maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here. The smoke is going to break on the low ground. Snake King making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XXS, he'll blow the arena for him. Nice shields, though. That'll dodge a little bit, still hit. Caught by the break, but the heals are so much, they do not still have the burst damage to kill him. They need the Ursa to jump on to Snake King, but he doesn't want to show himself. Synchronized Yulzing for Extreme Gaming, they'll back away.
they might lose their last ward up here. XXS, they gave him the Ob Sentry. Very smart. Don't sacrifice your positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcon's ward spots very well.
They have no Obs left. This is brutal for them.
And Aghanim Scepter is done for Amar, though. So another peak for Falcons, perhaps another chance to take matters into their own hands.
The team fight's super strong for both teams. It's just about who jumps first, and that's why the vision's so important. You lost all these wards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Malrine found, not pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodges away from the stomp. XXS has to use a defensive BKB. Double ults from Falcons for a BKB on XXS. I don't think that gives a clear enough advantage either way for these teams to force it.
Nope. Especially if the Mars gets gone on, you don't have a clear initiation as XG. They do buy a gem, which is interesting considering they just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on the map? They really want to secure vision for the fight. Flying out to X-Nova right now. But Falcons are getting a lot of items up during this period. Almost level 20 on then. This Ember is catching up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best flip pusher hero in this match. He's just going to rat these side lanes down. He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
That's why Extreme, they're going to force it onto the bit. And it feels like they just have to. Snake King is trying to keep tabs, though. He's got his creep, checking it out every once in a while. But this Roshan is about to swap over to the other side. Not only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the better of this stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to a side where they can play off of buybacks in their outposts.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good for them, but I think the second half was. I think XG could have been more aggressive there with how much vision they brought down. Falcons playing a little scared. But now, like you said, that Roche going to the other side, it hurts. Especially if Falcons are willing to commit buybacks here, and you just can't man up for this as Ame. It's way too terrifying.
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn. He didn't spot the ward. XXS saw a sentry, but the ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one. Super valuable as this Roche switches sides.
And while Extreme have all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map, Falcons, they're staying split. Amar's getting a lot of farm out of his top lane. He might actually be able to take that tower at some point in time. As you said, Malrine, best split pusher in the game at this point on the Ember Spirit, so he's enjoying all the farm he's getting out of this situation. It's not much, but Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not going to contest. Almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes. You can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? It's not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
Yeah, second Roche is going to be around 41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup.
Yeah.
Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either. They're working with less map control right now, which is great for Malrine. It means he gets to push these side lanes in deep, gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it. He's enjoying life right now.
And a quick Tormentor kill for Falcons. With Extreme stuck on the other side of the map. Particularly X-Nova, who is always just shadowing Ame everywhere he goes. He's really not able to do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma Dominator.
Oh, no.
It snuck its way in. I don't know how we allowed it. I guess Jinkyu said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing some waves. I mean,
Helma Dom Hoodwink? Are you serious, man?
This was probably the least expected one here. You know, you could argue it for the Mars. A lot of these offlaners just wanted to accelerate their game and have the Helm on the lane. But a second item Hoodwink Dominator. I don't think I've ever seen that.
You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on Extreme. And Aghanim Scepter done for Malrine.
Yeah, he's recovered completely.
Level 18 as well. He's getting real big. Considering how bad his game was, where he just kept getting caught by XXS over and over again, This last 10 minutes, this peaceful 10 minutes, feels like he's actually going to be able to play some Dota. He's going to be able to get to some late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain, who's currently XM just about to finish up BKB.
Oh,
that is an aggressive blink.
Great
He got a Yules off though on the Sven. That delay will not be enough. Too much burst damage coming in from the side. Oh! Third splitter stops Skeeter. Does Extreme realize this? They certainly do. A BKB, keep him inside the arena. The Skeeter, he's stuck. Ame will come collect the kill that his team served up on a platter, all because of X-Nova. His far sight, he saw it coming the entire way in Earth Splitter to catch the Sven TP.
Into another D-Ward. This man is absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade. Taking this Sven off the map will create a larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven-Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead, the harder it is to take that fight, unless you can go ultra late with refreshers and satanics and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Ame in control of the carry battle right now. Huge pickup for XG. I mean, that was a crazy blink from XM. He just felt like there was going to be an opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules off on the Sven, like, even though he dies, that little bit of delay, it made all the difference for X-Nova to get there in time.
Very clutch Yules. And these Yules can become Wind Wakers way later in this game.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
the nice thing about them, and the Wind Waker is amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried, though, even though the Sven has died. We've seen, in particular, yesterday, we saw the Ame Sven. 2,500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage? Snaking, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called untouchable for a reason.
I guess so.
You should not even waste your time. If Ame's there, it's a quick pick-me-up, right?
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten staking. You know, make him think he can die, so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much to actually kill him, and it's a negative network play. Okay.
BKB done for XM. So the next time he aggressively blinks in, he can at least ignore the stuns. We'll see if he can ignore the damage. Ame with an Abyssal Blade, no! Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill. And he'll try and make use of the last 25 seconds of this Aegis. I thought he was going to just push the tier 2. But Extreme content the pace of the game as it is.
No,
they're going to smoke to the other side. Never mind. They're going to go. They're baiting out XM right now.
They want blood right now. Aegis is going to expire, but they finished that Abyssal. They finished Hex on the Mars and the BKB on the Queen. Huge item timing for XG. They're looking to strike. I mean, this has kind of been the MO of this game. Both teams hit their item timings. They look for a play, but the other team recognizes it, and they dodge that moment until they get to theirs. At some point, that bounce will break here.
Well, now some of that magic amp that we were talking about is still going to be effective, but there is a pipe.
Huge item
on Snaking. Big
Huge
pickup
item
for him.
against CT. Yeah, the aura is worth so much here.
And this is kind of a weird positioning. We swap places. And it's going to be Extreme breaking the smoke, going into their own jungle. Wait, got the device initiation onto the Pango, and the Earth Splitter's on top of it with so much magic damage. He is burst down.
Shard stomp in with the boomerang. See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of him off of that ET Spirit vision.
Yeah.
That's all it takes for you to get insta-jump from the Hex.
But what do you do with this pickoff?
What do Falcons try and do here? They're looking on this ward. They have Daedalus on Skeeter.
XXS still has BKB, but they got the stun on him, and from behind, a big crit from Skeeter takes out XXS. Sonic Wave on 3, Yules up the air for crit. Skeeter makes a run for it with his BKB, but XM will still pounce on both supports, trying to slow them down, hoping that they can at least get one of them here. Snaking pulled back in, and finally Ame shows up to the fight to claim Snaking's head. They'll get one out of this.
Nice pickoff for Falcons. They get this Mars off the map. They do pay a little bit of a price. But once Ame shows up to that fight, you're not taking it unless Skeeter is confident that the control is going to come through.
Yeah, considering that BKBs didn't have to be used for Extreme, this is a very deadly point. No Pango, everything up for Extreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said, like there's not really that much initiation for Extreme if there is no Mars.
They did get another D ward off that, though. Falcons are losing a lot of wards to make these plays. It's really adding up.
You combine lack of vision with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan's going to give you. It caused some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two, because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with this Haster and see if he can find some hero up here farming up jungle.
I mean, this Hoodwink Dom has done some work. JQ mega farm now. Finished an entire Lincoln Sphere. I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere game. Not really good against the Pango Ember here.
Yeah, you're stopping the Sven
That
stud.
is it. You are trying to throw this on Ame or XM, maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped a lot. If you block that Sven stun, could be a huge deal in the fight, but it's a very expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Yules during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that. It could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
High
top part of
damage
the pit.
talents for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane. To me, if the fight goes long, this Queen could be a big problem for Falcons. In theory, their answer to a long fight is, Pango Ember, bringing that same sort of attrition, just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is, it feels like one of those cores just gets bursted. I think you still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember most?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pickoff there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh, yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just wait. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's going to be Aeon Disc for XM. Something to watch out for. He gets jumped by the Sven, he assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps Suns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, epistles him. That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
XG, you're going to throw out the Sonic Waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeon Disc. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeon Disc together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the balls did not put that Aeon Disc together when you're being sent up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a big price there.
And amp damage for his Sven. Maybe they get the Roshan. But Falcons, I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try it. Malray, and he just throws 3. They decide to vice on him. Here comes that spear. But the Sven with the amp damage, where is he? He isn't able to
in time, and now he's been hit by the ults against the grab. Onto the Queen of Pain. XF gets on the Ontis! Keeps himself alive, and he blinks away from Skeeter. The initiation has gone all wrong, and now begins the fight. It doesn't fight for long. Ame and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with XXS, a pin against the wall, and Amar, he'll fall as well.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch hexes from XXS. This guy's control has been on point this entire tournament. Such a strong team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Maulring, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from the Ursa and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game one, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You got to take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Extreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game one to make that happen. And they may have a big lead, 9,000 net worth, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads away with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another hex on this Hoodwink. Balrine's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. Yeah, somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kinda does. I mean, you're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is gonna take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But he has
Rolling
Ags.
Thunder, Blink initiation, but
You cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
yep.
Like you said, 2 minutes on this Aegis XG. They can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that teamfight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the Basher, the Ags rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now that ATF has a monster teamfight on this high ground.
Well, you said luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The Sight Device on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now that Ame is playing in the front line. Skeeter's going to make his jump. Gets off the enrage on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of him. But you got that. But you still want to be able to play with the God Strike, but they jump in anyway. Skeeter, he wanted a fight, but he didn't think it was going to start that way with him dead and gone. And what are you going to do now? It's up to Maureen and Amar. They're going to have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God Strength. They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, he dodged out the Stormhammer, and he's gonna have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Maulring does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just hit every single one. There's another A on this for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no, an Aeon Disc! Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it. First the sight, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still finding more. He first catches Snaking, no buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can, and they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
Ex-Nova boss just man-fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jinkyu, that's a free kill. Mallory did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. Yep. It's just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons... I mean, I don't even know what they have to do here. I mean, Amar, they do manage to get backdoor protection up, but the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with the Rolling Thunder. He's not popping it. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder. See if he can kill the creep wave. They pop the Glitch. They pop the Sonic Wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes the blink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Backdoor should come up here.
Glitch goes up.
This will guarantee it. Amar with some nice moves on this mid lane. Stalls for the other heroes to come back up.
Can Extreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're going to try. A Sunday by Go. They got the Invisible Blade initiation on Maureen. And Maureen dead for 2 minutes. Maybe it doesn't matter how much time you buy Ame. He seems to be eternal at this point in time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the easier road, you know, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons, they did their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of it.
Gotta go.
Even a BKB. There goes the Rolling Thunder. There goes Team Ratio with a BKB turnaround. Skeeter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still at Eon to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Jinkyu, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Extreme Gaming to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory, to say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. They weathered that storm mid with the Ember and then just diced that pickup. So much control for Ballraid in this fight. It felt like he did not exist in that mid lane game.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals. And the back and forth at the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jinkyu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Marine needs to be shut down. When you look at Marine's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Marine, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malorine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines. But guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see here too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on exit, he disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a Bushwhack to like save him onwards, and there's so many things. Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a Blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to Remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Arme being 31-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights. Like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it. It was in first pick Mars.
Yeah.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Alme to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out, it was an overall first pick Mars. And it makes me wonder, I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they are around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level D-warding from both teams here. You have X-Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They D-ward them again. Now, because this D-ward happened, Extreme, they ping on the minimap. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to go D-ward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28th minute, you have another Roche up. You have a 4th D-ward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kelly's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute, and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in, but XG, able to utilize the vision that they place, and there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like, the map is getting choked out from the vision game, and when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, Tier 2, High Ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills, like, left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory to the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Madness, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got -8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malvin, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their drafts, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know 2 people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because you're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator, any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big streams. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Blacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsunami, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. They love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
Maybe like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
Everybody. For everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, bristleback with Battle Fury. Please ban the bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh! One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God! My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod?
Oh, okay, could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. And you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you still win. Okay, that's all. I was
going to put you down and then bring you back up.
No, we're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt to Go. How do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulson fell ill. And X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleek disengages, everything about this hero makes it a Grand Finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs you just see, they stomp and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them, he reduced all the armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately. And we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Slitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sun kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually, Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest, traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar, and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneak.
A little.
It
was like, why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that, it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
Just
wink, nudge,
near
nudge.
one.
One's acceptable. 3, 4, 5? Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the Grand Finals, he ended up losing game 1. And then they ended up winning 2 in a row. And then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Hold the other Grand Finals that Ame lost. He won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the Uncrowned King. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first Replay, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the Grand Finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail-biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finished top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this Grand Finals, but I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game Malrine having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. Are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned, like they already had respected it. So yeah, you got to slot Marine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons, Radiant, Extreme Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster. As kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already. They leave the Sniper in for this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars shoes, but they've just put total respect on XXS's hero pool. They take out his Shaker, they take out his Centaur. They didn't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
a lot of the big Malrine heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So interesting enough, Malrine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on to get to this position.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and this map didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Malrine. This just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair, like slight change. Some of them he was missing in the mid-river when he got ganked by the Hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't. He hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once with it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skeeter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to him, but it's more important that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that links well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was going to happen anyway
Yeah.
with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a boar on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing himself into early fights very quickly, and we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for, but once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1. You take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malrine Primal Beast. If you want to create some chaos in the game, throw in the Primal, throw in the Bristleback, just run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put XM, it doesn't put Malrine in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Malrine, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers, will pull them into waves, and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. For XG.
And the Ringmaster, right? We saw Crit play this before. When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's gonna want to pick it up.
It's just great against the backline, right? You're going to show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. XM Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing your heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick of the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Malrine has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Edge. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That, I don't think that has ever happened before. They go for their clinks.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Ame with the clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick, because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clinks, very elusive. Puck as well, you don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offlane pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Cedar who can do the blink stun? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid.
Yep.
Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless Void.
Let's see what they get. Baden it is.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kez already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to walk down the lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage, you end the game before they're too strong, and that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works, and Skeeter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance, Link, into Orchid, into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams, they have what they want. You have Falcons, they're gonna play together, they're gonna tower dive, they're gonna go on you, but XG too, I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the gate, Clinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG, for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of, go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival. Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zao8 with Slacks.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Jack some noise! Come on!
鼓掌，鼓掌。
Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Klinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛。你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍，你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X Nova and that Elder Titan. Now you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stun or earth splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show how amazing a player X Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going higher at that 25-30 minute mark, particularly with this Abaddon pick for Skeeter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot.
Ame into trouble. Falcons, are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and X Nova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get single digits away from first blood.
Mar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game 1, where we saw very early on, it was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like, that first pick Mars, I think, caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boards as strongly. You have to go the Axis build. Abaddon can shield it off. Not a fun lane for this Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Klinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. And Klinks, his tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. X Nova, he's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not enough. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down in the end. And this dagger lands.
Dodge. Might go back in.
And X Nova, he's now going to challenge him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. X Nova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of missed CS. X Nova shows Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got to get something out of that. That was very close with the quill stacks building up. XG strike back. Put Ame back in a solid position. Finishes the full Falcon Blade. Malrine doing his usual Primal Beast shenanigans here.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes, cut between mid tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
It's interesting, they put this deep dire jungle ward, almost expecting these primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Malrine would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps you play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malrine, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malrine make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate these side lanes super successfully. You can just keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going in on this Clinks, going in on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw a Clinks pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malrine. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame if he just gets trampled on.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an arcane or haste rune.
Malrine.
Will it spawn top for Malrine, or will it go bottom for XM? It's an invis rune for Malrine, so Malrine does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there, but he'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game 1. And I think he's on a hero that can just impact the fight a lot more directly. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Malrine's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress as X-Nova trying to threaten that Shrine Steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Xingqiu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Malrine. At the exact point in this game, you want that mid to get over there. Set that kill up. Double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game, with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I mean, his best tool is to counterplay the Malrine Beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malrine to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here, which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12 minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making its way over here.
So
they can just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. And Orb, he jumps in, hits the coil. Then they finish him off. XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons. Pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low. We'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcons MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tankability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps, threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s, get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Maureen can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Xnova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the viscous nasal goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in Game 1. They're getting it in Game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG up 3K. Now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item Lotus, going to be a little early tankability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. And XG still looking for the supportals here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xingqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst of damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the other Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Xingqiu. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lanes into Falcons, make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to, that could be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling on your tri-core here. Especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, we might see that smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not the
Big
strongest
Brother
boy.
Skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
I mean, this is where Maureen can break the game open. If he finds a couple big core kills.
Backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside.
He just used an orb. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him. While the orb is done, chain up the disables, push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Maureen on the map.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid-tier 2, or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snake. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's gonna do the exact same thing. A bushwhack, but a hurricane to push him back into the shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Staking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they've got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid ATF. He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% at 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for your Beastmaster Ags, Deso on Ame, and try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, you know, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the Shard later on where you can bypass that untouchable. But for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around, picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking down bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Maureen, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the squirrel is gone. And the Abaddon is back up to full HP. Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Maureen, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at DotA. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon? The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do with the carries, right? Extreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right?
Yeah.
Supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely in the highest pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. Like, you want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your laning. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not a team that's afraid of taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna do Roshan right in front of your face. And Extreme,
No response.
I don't think there is, yeah. I think that the most you have is his Spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while, and every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Maureen at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, BKB done on Primal Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep. Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control. Got to start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. Nextova looking to steal this. He's set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we got to pause right as the Spirit hits. If I'm crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the Spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care, though. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? You just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristol or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, you know, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin-Q, yep, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose Double Shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin-Q, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these rat around the map. Even scaring XM off this mid. It's just so hard to get the lane control. This will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up right. Between the Puck and the Clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dom build. There's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outposts, more and more map control. I do almost wonder, like, would Falcons be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you know, you have to fight us?
I think Amar is strong enough, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed the creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from Enchantress. You have shields from a bat. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Extreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks at 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's going to run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's going to jump in, and he gets grabbed onto XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available, though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is going to be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Lamar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible in this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game flank scaling comes online.
And there's the gem at 24 minutes. Staking buys one. We'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I'm gonna take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, your high ground to Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the Escape Act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. It does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
Well, that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the teamfight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There is always going back to X-Nova here on the ET as well, right? Like, if you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now, BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon life. You're not probably going on the Enchantress, but some of these other heroes, you throw that Earth Slitter and you amp them up. You get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the Bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Maureen. He loves this Rush Refresher build.
Yeah.
A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power rune, you got a couple Arcane Boots behind you, it absolutely can work in the fight.
And Extreme Gaming, they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. You see him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the Acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that Bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with in this game outside of that roar. And of course, there's Skeeter on the bat. You just run in, shield whoever you go on. Have a good day. Now I'm hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No Nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that game one's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Malrine. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. It is worth pointing out here in case you commit some big spell on him. Just
Sure.
a little defensive capability. I mean, there's already an Orchid for Cedar. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt a smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out. Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time.
Yes.
Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab, no, the roar. It's gonna stop him. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Malrine kind of has to retreat here. As tanky as he is, he backs away. Now chasing after the Hoodwink, doesn't get that either, and they got the ultimate out of the Skeeter Abaddon. This is going pretty well for Extreme, and now with the break, they go after the Abaddon. Escape back to help protect him. No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet. Malrine with the refresh, though, goes back in with a BKB, and a second round. No roar to protect him this time, and Skeeter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes, the Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons this game to win. And if it does, in your XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in, and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this. They can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up Pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time. But Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have the significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG have to jump. Just put ATF on the front line and dare XG to jump him.
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend, don't break style. Practically doubled over.
Oh, Ame, he wanted that
Skeeter's
damage.
just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stopping out Malrine, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8k damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcon's HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
No, man, he picked up a Chrysalis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Like, just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. Nah, just let the Bristleback do his thing, man.
And there's Enchantress passing a core. I felt like we would see it at some point in this series with how well Snaking plays the hero.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. But this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one lane of barracks. Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, land an ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive, now what do you give the chances of that happening?
A lot lower.
He does have buyback, and that is certainly what Extreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink, the other two to have it. Maureen just trying to make Extreme Gaming flinch at this point.
There's the banner drop. Let's get whittled down quite a bit, actually.
XM is trying. Whittling it down won't cut it, though. Extreme, they're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Jinq finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis, you see an Enchantress you can't kill, and there's an Abaddon sitting behind everybody. The move just does not exist in this game.
And I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not? That's it. I mean, is there even any damage going into him to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And if he does, he'll have the blade mail to respond.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Maureen here and go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're Extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Got to plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
The Aegis Bristleback is already here, and the Shiva's Primal Beast is now behind him. So 40 seconds.
All right,
to get Extreme to respond. Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero. Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shivas. Maureen tries to make his jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up? Or is the Primal Beast the one in trouble? He reframes Earth Splitter that actually interrupts him. That world step. Whoa, look at that!
He goes right to the middle of them, and Maureen takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Extreme Gaming base. And Extreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The TI Grand Finals.
It has been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertaining series because you have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give Falcons this kind of start with these kind of heroes that just become so tanky so fast, they take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is if there is no teamfight to take. There was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in Game 2.
As Dota fans, you'll love to see it, a tied series in the grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games in this one. Although if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Guff. This was brutal.
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons. And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and Enchantress, the way that they just break this map is so scary. Maori Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malvin was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malvin, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, you know, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. You know, they see they're a bad, and this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Omar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Ench, back to back. Flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Ench. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to next, it's the tier 1 towers are fallen, Marine's ganking the map. When Marine's ganking, you've got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that there was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill an Abaddon at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the silence, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage at TI Finals?
At TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there, but in game 2, they do it nicely, they come in clean. Man, Malrine on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups, because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Klings, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start T-Gup, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. You know, Maori, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're securing the rune. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and critically, Maureen, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent, don't over waste your resources, because Maureen's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Maureen's sacrificing, but because of Maureen going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skidder, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, what happened with the net worth and how did, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Klings and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there is so much pressure on XG, on Ame to try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to the Nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Cling Stick, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So actually chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks like a perfect Clinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively, but there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting Crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory, because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Mallory rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is, but the Enchantress is really hard to kill in defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the Abba very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the Abba. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily, and as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level, just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Extreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game 1, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this game. It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it's time for Offlane. Gentlemen, which TI winning offlane player do you think deserves to be numero uno in the Hall of Fame? Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
No.
All right, you're crazy.
Okay.
Continue.
I've got Collapse.
That was my other one.
Faith Beyond.
Okay.
Collapse.
Reasons?
Not even close. That's my reason. Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close.
In what regard?
It's just he's here and the other people are here. It's not close.
I think at various points in that TI, you have a team that has one of the widest gulfs in skill between them and any other team at that particular time, and you have an individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So that's my argument for Faith Beyond, and still relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being #1 in the offlane. He may not have won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap actually between the rest of the offlaners.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like he did things that no one else could replicate based on heroes, builds, and team strategy all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
I'll spoil it for you now. Collapse is #1. Of course. Why Collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained
No, you
this.
just said not even close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an example of something he did that makes him not even close. You can't just say not even close.
Have you seen his Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player is performing on Magnus close to his performances on Magnus.
I agree. I'm with you. I just want you to give me an example.
He can skewer somebody.
Okay.
They're not even close to their team. You understand?
Yeah.
The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of this. RP gonna get off the mark and collapse. Falls him back in. What in the hell? Sumail has a Ghost Scepter now inside the fountain. I don't know if he fought that or not, but figure of death out. Usually when OG is in the fountain, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No Tail dies.
Probably Collapse standout player for me at TI-10, and then Yatoro for TI-12.
Right.
So they've sort of juggled that back and forth between them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their #1.
No, I agree.
But I mean, Collapse is incredible. Yeah, completely fair enough, deserved. He simply outplayed his opponents.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to make a particular hero their signature hero and win TI with it, you sort of think, that's got to be solidified. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like Collapse Magnus is just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, who do you think was second and third?
I mean, it should.
I know who's second.
Faith Beyond is not in the top.
He's not even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's #2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb.
Yes, he's in there.
And Mind Control.
No.
Wait, let's clap that. I think #3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who #2 is.
Go on.
It's Universe.
It is not Universe. No.
#2.
33?
Yes.
33.
Yes.
33.
It's 33. Well done. You can cut that together, and Avery will look like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place.
Yes, thank you.
Well. So that was Offlane. Well done, pros.
If there was a Hall of Fame, Collapse would be in there, right next to John Whipple's, of course, well deserved. And of course, Avery knew that the whole time round he was just playing Kazoo.
Yeah, he knows everything. But I will say a cool name they also mentioned, like Universe, like taking it down, like Memory Lane. There's also other people, like maybe, you have to put like Amar in there or XXS. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota 2.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now. And one team on the side of Falcons, we are going to get a little listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous game.
No cliff, by the way. Oh, this is so good.
Take cliff.
Look, I want to go, guys. Oh, I cancel. I'm fine.
I cannot.
I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
You Crimson.
I'll merge you after all.
You're Lucky Lotus. He wrote himself. Someone's cheating here.
I love that, especially the team is so quiet, Tika, but then you know that they're just focused. So then the release of when the GG comes out is just right there.
What's even cool for me as well is Elder Titan's innate is one of the most looked over innates, right? Additional damage during glyph. Did you hear the comms there? They went strong glyph. The fact that they're even talking about the types of glyph and also the energy, of course, that you're mentioning. I don't know. I just got excited when I heard them say strong glyph because they're respecting something that probably 99% of people in Dota. Fog loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate. Fog loves it. The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every little thing in the game to make sure that they can win.
The best part was just Mallory yelling, and then a few seconds after, before the clip cuts off, you hear Snake King go, "Someone's feeding here." Okay.
Ooh.
I mean, what I like about their comments is so it was very cool and calm, but everything they said, it allows someone to like be more aggressive. I have Crimson, I have Lotus, I'm shielding you, I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then at the end, you know, Malvine with his Primal Beast cosplay with a little roar. I like it. Like get immersed in your hero.
It was good energy coming out then, and I'm sure that all the 10 players are filled with energy again for the third game. Now that the series is tied, we have seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game probably definitely left Extreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys the same question because we wanted the teams to play a little faster potentially, and it seemed that Falcons really understood the assignment with dominating the lanes from the get-go. Effie, how is Extreme going to answer this?
I mean, Extreme have to build stronger lanes for themselves the same way they did in that game one, but they also need to be more attentive of these Malrine rotations. Like, the reason why this Primal Beast looked so scary was because if you look at the supports in either side lane, they don't stop him. If he runs up their lane, they're gonna die. If you have an ET on one side lane and a Hoodwink on the other, these heroes are food for a hero like Primal Beast. Like, they don't have a means to shut down this hero. So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like Primal Beast could come out later in the draft.
And absolutely, like one of the big things that we did see in game one, and also another way where I've seen Falcons lose games, is where Marine doesn't have a good game, or he's forced to like gank his safe lane as opposed to the off lane. In game one, they have the X and Quap, he slows him down in the mid lane, they play through it. In game two, this didn't really happen. You don't pressure the Primal in lane, and yeah, you can match him, but also, you know, that didn't really happen too. But for me, what's really important is going into this game, as we see a little sleeper man in the crowd, is the people that have the experience, what are they saying to their teammates? He's back.
He's back. Yeah, a little catnap in between games. You know, this might be a very long night we got coming here.
Another important thing to look at here is that Falcons target banned XXS in that first phase. They did not care for anything else. They took out his Centaur, they took out his Mars, they took out his Earthshaker. XG have been making magic happen with these Blink initiation type of heroes on XXS. And sure, Beastmaster has a stun, but it doesn't function in the same way as one of these initiation type heroes. Like, it's a great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have won those laning stages and won that early game. So they've identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like they're going to keep target banning him for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
And that's where, as you already mentioned, if Marine has a good game, then it kind of compounds, right? Because if you have a bad offlane for XSS and XM is kind of getting shut out because Marine's playing quicker on the map, I really want to see either XM or XSS have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG and kind of throw them into the game. But when they're both shut out, there's no way Army's going to find the farm. Like, you need one other core to make time, make space for you.
There's also, like, Falcons are very, like, they understand heroes very well. They may not play Beastmaster as much on Amar themselves, but Skeeter's hero pool is very tailored to, like, stop you from what you want. And Beastmaster is an incredibly tempo-reliant hero. So when you open that hero and you know there's going to be the snaking Ench because, well, you're going to take out his Chen, you know the Ench is coming. In my mind, try to take those two out. Maybe just prepare yourself for a Pugner. You know, look at like an SC or something else, whatever you want. Take him away from these heroes that make your game incredibly hard to play.
Because the Ench actually was killable in game one, right? You had Queen of Pain, you had Ursa, you had the Hoodwink, Mars. Like, any way when you step up, put two of those heroes I just mentioned together, Snaking dies, their information gatherer disappears, and then the fights can get harder. In the second game, you know, Snaking kind of ran around for free, right? I'm not saying we need to rush to ban the Enchantress, but you need to respect that it's probably going to come out in the draft, and you need ways to stop him, because from the Purge clips, he had complete freedom. He was tanking coils, tanking camps, kind of doing everything he could to make the game super easy for all of his team to farm.
Yeah, I think that Enchantress also looked exceptionally good because she was playing into a Beastmaster. And I think that hero, now that I was thinking backstage, if you're countering all three of XXS's playmakers and then you're leaving a Beastmaster in the pool and your carry plays Abaddon, you're just going to pick Abaddon every time into this Beastmaster offlane, and you're not concerned whatsoever If you're going to pick Enchantress every time the Beastmaster potentially comes out, you're not concerned at all. And it felt like XG thought they solved Enchantress with Klings. You know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's going to kill her regardless. He had a bad lane. He couldn't do anything. You can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 3.
For the third game in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and also overall last. We do have Extreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well, with Falcons taking Dire. And so far, Extreme Gaming, since they only get 3 bans every single time so far, they have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sand King, but they changed it up this time around, respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this quite a lot. I think going into this, so the teams prefer the stage that they're in, like the pick order, right? So you take out the Chen and the Ench, the next most played hero from Snake King is the Pugner. You give yourself the first pick Shadow Demon, you're quite happy about this. And I will say if there's one guy that knows how to cook after losing a game in Grand Finals, it's Zhao. Both of these coaches, they know what's up, they're gonna tell their team what they need to hear. Go into the next game clean.
Yeah, take out the 2 tempo supports, and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Malrine is utilizing. But that's often with Sand King. If disruption can break that completely. A Pangolier, you don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the cams, look like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have like, you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response though. Like T already mentioned, you got the Pango against the SC. You don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how do these 2 teams continue to build on top of this. And
the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, and then of course in the first phase the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans being thrown out towards both of the offlaners.
And still the Ursa ban maybe indicating more tanky heroes to come out for Falcons once more.
Yeah, for sure. Like it could be the tanky heroes, it could be the... Generally speaking, Cedar likes his melee carries, his melee strength carries, right? Your DK, your Sven. I mean, you saw Ame absolutely destroy them game 1 with this matchup, so could be setting up for this as well.
It might sound stupid. It could also be a vibes thing. You know, Malrine and Mar, when they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump at Ursa when you're playing Pangolier, you're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team knowing that Ame isn't going to be on this hyper-elusive hero.
I also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes just like last game.
So this is kind of interesting because SC is generally considered a counter to Pugner because, well, your SC ult and the Crab won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are out. You can still heal the guy, of course, that's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that Extreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games they've also shown us the Mirana. They are the only team that have played the SC Mirana combo in this tournament.
But it fills the void of creating information, right? A Chen Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugner. When you leave your safe lane and, you know, Skidder doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower. He'll then move in bottom, never blast here, he gets jumped, there's a decrep, life drain. Like, there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go on the Pugner, you're probably wasting 30, 40 seconds not going on another hero.
A second safe support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare. To me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Ame. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their 2 cores and hope that Ame on a hybrid carry can take it to late game.
I mean, that is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on stream 2, X-Nova 5-0 with Bane. Hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. You double pick, you see one Pango. that was going to be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid? Maybe you can find a flex. You can go mid lane, you can go safe lane against the Pango. I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed if XG are to be competitive. And the way that Zhao Wei's drafting right now is they're giving him so much information to find the right hero.
I mean, I'm thinking about Falcons, like, because you still have, like, these two supports, you have to respect them. You have SC Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this. Zoo is incredibly annoying for these two.
It's going to be offlane Pangolier, mid Beastmaster most likely. Sure, they can flex it, but based on how they've been playing it so far, are we worried for XG not having the damage to deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend does need Yashakai, a Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next 2 picks from XG need to respect that Falcons will sweep across this map in the early game.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the fours that Crit plays, they're okay against SC Bane. Like, sure, like if you have some... Is Snapfire still in? No? So they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SC covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box, you have overall, I think, good laning, you can stack for your SF, or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane was in a grip, you get escape pack, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid to off lane, but yeah. Minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong, making the spend maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised to see the Ringmaster come out when both Snap and also the Hoodwink are both still in the pool?
Save is good.
Save is good.
A little bit. I mean, the reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where they don't care as much about damage, they care more about staying alive themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that Escape Act completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes it so that you have to go on this Ringmaster first in each fight, or wait till your carry has a Nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a Nullifier carry, and it didn't look so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against Grip, the team fight is going to be so easy to take from Falcons compared to XG, who are going to only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
A key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear in me. I am scared to, like, do they have enough map to actually get these items?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like, when you play into these saves, you don't want, like, hard commit. Like, if you corrosive face someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like, you don't have to, like, go with this big spell and, like, commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps you when Pango rolls in. You amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
Yeah, I want to see Ghost Scepters and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean...
SD can't ult everyone, there we go.
The issue is the Nullifier is like a key item for Extreme Gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like, eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
So what,
as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like, SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle, and you pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that, whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent and your team can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven.
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
Kind of like how.
I mean, it lane's very strong, right? You've got your Bane, Sven. This is very, like, this is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry. You get high damage. I really like what's happening so far, and now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because XG found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes, because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's Grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like, it is so explosive. But I have to keep repeating it. It is items, items, items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked EV themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, you know, they went like one step ahead. They could think, you know, they won Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against Wagner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position, Skeeter can also, I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and yeah, they do go for the gyrocopter. I kind of feel like they need to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage that we're mentioning. You like buying Beekeeper on Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slardar's Corrosive Haze, but yeah, I like the gyrocopter pick. It is a statement to XG that they are willing to sacrifice, you know, a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
There's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG's supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his BKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Okay, so you and Effie both mentioned Extreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with Pugna 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the mid lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick versus Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw them off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
I mean, Bane's a good hero for them. It's a hero that we're actually concerned about, but we just thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned on 12, but we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
They have a lot of heroes, I don't blame you. And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI, and we saw how spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age, just the level of maturity, and he has, like, some online persona he does, but as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating Game 1 loss, but they strike right back in Game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I meean, it goes back to Xiaowei to kind of bring the team back in this Game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into Game 2. I don't know even what you call this. This is the Hyper Demon draft. I mean, he just went for you know, all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face This lineup scales like an absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double BKB piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Slaughter to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like Game 2, where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyperscaling lineup to come online.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in Game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in Game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been run into a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Bat Rider we saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for it. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him, and this is just kind of where it ended up.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AEY 2000 himself. They are a very good Bane team.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punished too hard this event.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's certain games like last where you get run over, but even that Game 2 was not a game that was won off the lanes. It was won off the draft, in my opinion. That
A lot
game
of
would have been
damage
hard.
on Ame here, as this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango, but we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in Game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time. So maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo-farm item or, resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. We could easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar Amp, the Bane Grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q. Amazing Purge game. Versus the Pugna.
Yep.
Versus some of the buffs. Versus the Escape Act from this Ringmaster, right? The panel was talking about Nullifier. They might not need a Nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Jin Q on the Shadow Demon that can provide that constant dispel for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough. I think it's also worth mentioning Lotus Orb did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual changes, but
Yeah.
you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And X-Nova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the lane phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off of those souvenirs he gets.
You just want to make sure he doesn't get anything out of it. If it goes even, you're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's going to do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash.
into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now XXS is the one in trouble. It's first blood going to Snake King, and a second kill on the way. The Shadow Demon, he can do little to stop this Shin-Q doing what he can against Skeeter, but I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Sick TP from Crit. Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster and his extra DPS. Big turnaround for the Gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skeeter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah,
Full
with
resources.
the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit. Primal Roar and trying to secure the power rune. Don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain tap, no sleep for Xnova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure your Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration. And potentially making some plays through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D-ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too.
Absolutely.
You have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be
look at this.
Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not only a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full of resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Shin-Q gonna run into Snake King. A pick off perhaps? It's gonna be up to Snake King if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this. And especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now, but it's 3 heroes. So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. You're Maureen here. Like, you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in. They have Fiend Script for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the Gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snake King, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid towers claimed by Extreme, and the SF, well, he's free to move around the map. He relied on Xnova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3, extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple race, potentially. They let him get off the shield crash, though.
What was that?
And because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but a little mis-execution from XG off a beautiful setup from Xnova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having
you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
I thought the early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this lane phase. This Gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now, there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but...
This is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane. And XM, another ancient stack going to this Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clear. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. The answer seems to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Especially you can't just all-in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Maureen. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much, and we're seeing the impact of that. 12-minute, and Invis Rune. They do have the Sentry in place for this one. Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare? Mark got himself stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets away. X-Nova will die for it, but he sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from X-Nova, though. I think he might have been able to bail him out even if that Pango didn't get stuck. That's very close, though. And you do not want to die on XM here. I mean, he is so farmed. For him to go down, you lose that presence on the map, that would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got X-Nova, and he's got... I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
The thing is, all that goes out the window if you just get gone on.
Yeah, absolutely, which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme has set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
And Staking, you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it as he wants it. The faster, looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Staking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
gonna do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his Blink Dagger.
Oh,
it's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward up there. Might scout it, but
yeah, I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time, or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG, though. Game even for them out of lanes. I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Slardo, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick off, the thing's just going to insta-die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice Roche. We're going to take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
What a snatch in this game. You'll gladly trade a support to take this away from this Slardar lineup.
Extreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke, any sort of pick off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
That was very clutch on the timing. They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yep.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malrine. He can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards his scaling with that BKB, try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Malrine gets some action going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malrine, but Crit and Snaking are behind him here.
Yeah, it's
Give him the heals, wait out the Demonic Purge, and the Escape Act is ready now that the Demonic Purge is gone. Not required, though. Extreme do not force anything. Seek few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? Absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at X-Nova on the back. Can he get him off the haste, though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. You just get slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Ame is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
That was so awkward with the tumbler toy. Didn't get over that little cliff. Dude, the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got it too early. Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah, Falcons say that is not even close to whoa! XXS, what was that? Bungled the stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was almost harder to miss than hit.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink. Whoopsies.
Extra life for Falcons to play with here. I mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is excavating the map right now.
He is so far ahead of this Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the Gyro. XG have the 2 highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those are good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get him. X-Nova not there in time for a Nightmare save. And they know they've got strength that's on cooldown. The Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there, and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this part of the map, could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Malrine just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
X-Nova spotted by Malrine. They get, no, wait, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Malrine does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. Playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
Also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets to BKB. Blink BKB Requiem. I don't know if Maureen can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that, but as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme. Aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be influential here.
Missing a single hit could make you miss the kill. XXS and Amar right next to each other. Oh, they both blink back in terror. Neither certain of their position in that one. Never mind, indeed. BKB. Done for the Beastmaster. I mean, we gotta be coming to a point where these teams are gonna come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's gotta be next Roche. And that's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He is crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die in 3 hits. If this Gyro gets amped into spend damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and use something with the back end of this amp damage rune. Absolutely devastating if you can connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation. But Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on a Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another
Arcane Rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he's already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the rate he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here. They get more online.
They have kept the net worth even, though. Yes. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty farmed. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ulso. Like a lot of Falcons teamfight depends on getting a good roar without the save coming through and getting a good roll through from Amar.
Good pick. Malrine exercising some restraint. Once again, runs into X-Nova and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
She continuing to just dodge around the map. They're content with farming. They are scaling here. They're confident in their overwhelming physical damage eventually winning out for them.
I can't say I blame them. I mean, especially the triple BKB timing. What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game plan? If we get to a triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing, and let the roll through cover on the backside. Try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. Like, you'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about him, but you got to pick your poison here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that Demonic Purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw him.
XM and Ame.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn. So Roshan is not up for them to take. And Extreme Gaming will still have to play a 5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skeeter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him out. Escape Act could do the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this Gyro, all those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight. And yeah, that SFX, it's coming real fast here. He's just out of control, and it's almost level 20.
Falcons put into a position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All 4 supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation, it's going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
But that's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's that balance breaker. Throw Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done. He can go in versus the grip.
About it. How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The boar is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche is up. Ags is done.
Level 20. Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter, you have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter, you do it incredibly fast. They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. These aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit. Ward plays from crit, trying to see anything for the jump. But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind here from
Seeing
Amar.
some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Amar holds off on it.
X-Nova making some moves on the left. Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
running
bar.
right up there, and they managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's Demonic Purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, it gets used on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn and fight? Oh, yeah, he can. He brings out Maureen. The Beat Script, he takes out Namor as well with XXS chasing down the gyrocopter. Fun Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Held that BKB. Disruption buys him some time. And Falcons overextend, trying to bring this King down. Extreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Sven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here. And that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight up.
Oh, yeah, it did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing it could do. It pushes Snake King in a bad position, but yeah, most of Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning tool, but Maureen, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant chunk of Ame's damage, but you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game, too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
rushing down the lanes. Maureen trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of Extreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Ame. If he has one more item there, you might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
It says a lot that he feels like he has to go back for the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. If you can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of the damage you're looking for, but you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming's second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic Purge.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not? They found Snaking again, just been hounded.
Gets there on just the last half second, and that will help XXS complete his Aghanim Scepter. So he was
so tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 4,000 HP. And you're just not even talking about the extra armor and regen he's going to get out of sitting in these pools.
If he is in a puddle when you go on him, it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults onto him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that. Ame hunting.
They have a scan on him. Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. X-Nova, Jin Q. They'll hunt down Crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. And it means that X-Nova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it. He's got better things to do here.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
This was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because, again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. Maybe you can't target him as much. This hero has been pretty effective in this game so far, just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malrain's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
Well, it's a big factor this game, limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now they're on the back foot. The lead is continuing to grow. This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Once more, get him. Didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that. And Amar,
XXS.
well, Doug gets the roll up. Now the Rolling Thunder and the Lotus Orb. And the teleport away. He's good.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not possible.
XXS didn't have the numbers for it yet. But in the future.
Quick gate top, look for the hero farming the other side of the map. XG just playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. And another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate. Oh boy, Falcons. Well, Satanic's done. Back to the Daedalus for Skeeter. Stall, stall, stall. Maybe Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the Daedalus. A Swift Blink done for the Sven. That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You add in some corrosive haze on there, some little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Bash from Pango, roar from the Beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there. XG will go unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, they have it. So that's a huge item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor. It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now. That's where we're at.
Yeah, to the point where you just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Maureen, so if you move out with him, should be able to get some D-wards. See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power rune for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map, that gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF city mid and they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a rolling thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. It's XM, actually now. XM's in trouble. There's a disruption save, though, and Ame right on the front line to bail out his Shadow Fiend. The hit's coming in. Maureen, how you can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario.
Yep.
But there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire. And XM is fearless, man.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad before, add double ult with Dazoon Bloodright with Timeless on top of it.
Yeah, AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on piling up.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the gyro. Like, can gyro take a jump in this game? So far, the answer's been no. He does finish off a brooch. He disassembles it. Once Daedalus here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to work.
There's the gyro Daedalus. This is some damage for Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without Snake King and without a mid lane of barracks. Trying to deal with the banner. Skater. Oh, man. No good. No buyback available. Requiem just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amar to jump him.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's a link. It's now a refresh. You have to go through another link, and you don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem, runs down crit. Full heal, back up, and this is completely dumpstered. Extreme Gaming. You thought that was good in game 2. You thought Falcons, they had the advantage, that they made a statement. Well, Extreme come right back and make a statement of their own.
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there, Ame. He is now 1 game away from a title that he has sought for so long, and he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TI8 final. And once again, he is just 1 game away.
You can just feel it. Like, this team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround, going into a BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
1 more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game, because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first, Higo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, I think critically, Ame, right? He loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the Pugna is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those 2 with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugna or like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Maureen, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Maureen. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Mallory in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like, the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like, he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugna, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like, they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, stand out, you have JinQ, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. I mean, maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decrypify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good. And in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Malorian actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malorian's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malorian's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malorian, and that's like 1/2 of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're going to take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking gyro, in my like, I would not be calling for a gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go Butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skidder, his lane was good. But when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangolier. But he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
It's also like, if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're going to make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're going to keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over. Amar wants to quit. Free Roche.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling around. I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah,
so, go for it.
Another standout thing was, if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here, as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw AOI at TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win in the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need a fight. They need hype. You're got the code. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no nature's prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing. Amazing draft. Good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must have...
Great start, that's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me, you did, okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick hero for Malin. He need to play a game, and I believe in him. He can do this, and Amar to play.
Yeah. The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it a round! I like that, all right. One more, does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech? From the back, the person in green coming down. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Lara.
All right, that's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Owie 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it for Falcon? You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will tell you, well done! They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time? That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this Grand Finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took 2nd pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do, depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself, just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AY, he's been here before. He's going to make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone, because just go in, you got to play.
And if they do end up taking 2nd pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving 2nd pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a 2nd pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as 2nd pick, and they wanted to take that away, Tigov.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this fourth game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace. Because I think Xiao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Maureen that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. So you want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Maureen Sanking and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5 and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within the series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in grand finals, now we do know the experience of grand finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few grand finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a grand final this entire season, team.
It's still why it's so shocking that when I mean, maybe not shocking, but that's why, this tie is so magical, right? For a team like XG to not even be talked about coming into TI as a favorite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players to like try to like read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say, he knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme, Xiao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change, how are we going to be ready for those scenarios. So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, an aggressive pair. And what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling slave type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malreen's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malreen has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal, Kezu, is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against it, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolutely something else to take into account. So for Maureen, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like sneaking.
And that's going to be the pressure though, right? Going into game 4, XG being 1 win away from securing their Aegis finally for Army. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to try and find common ground on. Right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? Like you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the draft?
And when they do change...
Anyway, guys, thank you for visiting, watching here in live stream. You can always turn off the live chat so that you can watch in a full screen, right? I'm actually restreaming directly from Twitch, and I put it in a very ultra low so that we can watch it together. So it has a delay about 3 to 5 seconds only with the one that is being streamed directly from Twitch. So I hope you guys have fun. We're gonna have our champion soon in 2025. I've got goosebumps. Oh, Crystal Maiden, let it go. Oh, wow. Let it go. Oh my god. Yeah. Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the like. Thank you for subscribe. For those kind people who help me subscribe, I truly appreciate it. You're helping me grow this small channel, man. Alright, let's go to the vote. We're gonna go to the draft soon. And things getting a little bit heated. Because Falcon Sims cannot close the day with a short pace, right? Because Chinese team, if they drag the game in this year, man, they're gonna win, man. They just need to take it slow, steady. Everybody's tired now. Let's see who will be the champion. All right, back to you guys.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the ages here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like, this, you know, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Xiaowei, they identified that obviously the strengths from the previous draft, and I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change and they can all change. Like the silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global, so maybe that could be an option later down the line at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolier last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to respect disruption can fully break apart a Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice, unless you're always jumping SD with the Sand King.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangolier here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't, in the second phase they only have 1, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are gonna propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marine's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Malrine alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the second phase last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that Bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolier, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle. And then Falcons, did they want to use the 1 ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much Exo is doing when entering. But with the Leshrac pickup, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well, and you continue to play forward. He clears your stacks. You're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Mark's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even like I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one save support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that Sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
So you also need to make sure Falcons have ways to itemize defensively very quick. Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine. And that's where the Tusk, I think, comes into a big part here, where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven, punish the gyro.
Yeah, his Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro, it wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like I can definitely get behind this. The problem is, Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption, you're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression, Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this like Leshrac, who's going to have a target on his back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against the Sven, but they pick out of phase. They've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiator. Like outside of his Centaur plus his Shaker plus his Mars, he's been playing Slardar and Axe. Axe still exists, but a lot less popular. If you're playing Axe into Leshrac, that's really tough.
But Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner, so then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian, if Arme jumps in and Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core enabling the other two rather than always relying on the supports. Supports positioning in this game can be scary, with Tusk jump, Hoodwink catching you or stanking, so I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is, Extreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns, so you don't have that same means to go in and out of a fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane into Tusk Gyrocopter is, ooh, that could be scary.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Batrider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball safe at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball safe a Batrider, and any 1+1 kill combo is available.
And actually, I take it back, it can be played because of the Shadow Demon. When the Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow Demon, I actually think, yeah, maybe the Batrider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
I mean, Lycan is still in the pool.
Yeah, I would maybe like it a bit more if the Tusk was something different. I could see some pressure.
I mean, for XG.
Yeah, it's very good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like if you get towards the later stage, it's really cool.
We love seeing Magnus on the main stage.
My guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it. He knows what he's doing.
He's got beef with this hero.
It's a long play.
This is a grudge pick.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS doing that blink initiation for his team, that low cooldown, those skewer backs. This is going to be key. They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. They're going for the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI, so yeah, to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament-winning game.
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick. And I think he's got a lot of weight and pressure on his shoulders.
This is not the Gyro to carry the game. Gyro is a kind of enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrac, the ET. You need someone else to step up.
Keep in mind that Sand King can still go offlane if they want to set up Malrine instead. It is still a flex pick after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into like BKB disable, like even if you go like for some Quab or Sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
maybe, yeah, if the Sand King was to go offlane, run back the Primal, at least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrac. You keep running into the jungle. Amar then gets...
Oh, it's a bear, though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot. The offlane is Amar playing the Ursa.
Let's go.
Okay, okay.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what? Amar in a potential, losing game to a, is picking offlane Ursa.
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing, okay? He just wants to win lane. He does not give a crap. He's like, give me Ursa. I will beat this Sven in lane. I will not give him the game. I will be in their faces all the time. Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map control? I'm just here to win the lane against Ame.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, nope, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't know if he's going through like the same thing where he's like, okay, if I can't find something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of the script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay.
I'll say, Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience. And the thing is, Amar, he plays like the offlane slot 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying, like Effie mentioned. If you can win the lane, sure. He likes to be chaotic. I respect it. He wants to be different. And I think being different in a potential, elimination game, that's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can this draft do it with the Ursa offlane? It's unusual.
I think it's weird. It's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it, and I can see them snowballing potentially, but let me tell you, their windows are so tight.
Yeah.
Like, their frame of error are so little. The Gyro's gonna get outscaled by the Sven. They have less team fight than on XG, and the high ground is gonna be really hard versus Magnus. That's the issue. You wanna snowball off of lanes, you're gonna go high ground early.
Sven
playing against Magnus.
Sven Magnus on main stage.
The timer started, yeah.
Oh, well, they need to do all these things, and they also need to beat the Ame Sven, which is a tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a king after this one. It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy. Let's head over to the stage. It's Zhao 8 with Tsunami.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time, where things are getting interesting. A last pick Ursa, but it's an offlane Ursa. What do you think Falcon's idea is?
事情变得非常有趣了，对面选了最后一手拍拍熊，而且是3号位拍拍熊。你觉得他们的主意或者思路是什么样呢？
我觉得他们会像7一样的输掉。
I think they will lose like a maggot.
Whoa, strong words! And I also wanted to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的梦马也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're gonna see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game number 4.
Extreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history, to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it. Let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done from the off lane. The man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge. It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero. But man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of DotA. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the offlane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay, break it down for me.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro. And it just felt like that gyro pick was not going to get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus match point.
This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Xiaowei. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink, snowball, or punch from Snake King, I think is their best option, or a quick burrow from Sand King.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping him.
Yeah, then there's only blink punch. That feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven, and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB direction out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you with punch plus the snowball save. It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game. That said, you always have the Magnus to bail you out if it really comes to it. Another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You do not want to fall behind against this lineup at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure. Like, sure, a lot of attention on Amar doing this secondary carry and offlane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it, though. I think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call. I think playing the Roars into the late game against the Disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, he's a lot more AoE damage, way harder for Jin-Q to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XN still gets a good amount of Diabolic Edict damage on this Sand King. And it's going to be one of the struggles. Maureen won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their Hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the Boomerang into the Sand King damage, Sharpshooter on top, that's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the Gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Jin-Q is slowed down by the Blood Grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skeeter. In turn, he's skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the Gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the Flak Cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa. I'll let you decide what that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how it happens. Epicenter being used. XM didn't expect this little bit.
No way.
No. He's stuck inside the Sandstorm. There's no way he survives a Blood Grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Maureen. Getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 burst off some nice laning. Takes it straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over. And now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be fat. And this laning phase turning once more towards Falcons. This series has just been back and forth, both in the draft and in the first 10 minutes. It's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the power rune. The power rune means that Malrine can either very efficiently clear out these ancients, or he can hold on to it and make another move on that Leshrac.
You take ancients, give the mid lane to the hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick crit out of here solo. Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like, we saw the gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Malrine's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow Strike underneath the Sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Malrine does too much damage. He didn't even pop the amp damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this offlane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
It's super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Amar challenging XM. With this early level 6, he can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Extreme Gaming up here, though.
I think you just let Amar exist up here. Like, you have to expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times, try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that enrage on cooldown, Extreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy.
Need another
Will he
poison.
pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one.
Can't juke this one.
Shinkyu, he gets a little bit. No, he jukes it. He gets down to the low ground. Dodges the stomp. Now he dodged another poison. He is breaking ankles left and right. Extreme will go home empty-handed.
So much time wasted up here. So much God Strength time wasted. And Malrine just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1s this fast in this game, but they've just forced heroes off the lane. And now the rotation's coming through. Skeeter TPing into mid with this gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Malrine backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skeeter will return the favor to Malrine.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King if you can't defend your own side of the map.
Yeah, you have two different stack clears between the Sand King and the Gyrocopter.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low man.
Malrine so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. Xnova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
This Sand King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Malrine up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting builds. You know, there used to be like diffusal builds of the past or something, but
yeah.
No, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skeeter. I'll put you in my backpack.
It's just so Amar. Success chased after, missile, and a snowball. And now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there. This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero for a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, we're super good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of more scaling comfortability. Nice combinations with our cores, great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play, Malrine has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him to a part of the map that Extreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now. You can feel it. Everything is just coming together. And they have an Ursa. Smoke. Smoke is coming. Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Maureen, he knows.
They're going to go
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Maureen, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
It looks like XXS was debating, can I go the Helm? Do I need to rush the Blink before I even go Helm with Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get Helm and start farming up. If this game were a slower pace, that might have been the play. Now he's just considering I need a Blink and we need to go do something.
I agree with this. Things are escalating far too quickly. You have the Blink Dagger on the Leshrac. You can get the Blink Dagger on the mag. You can actually push back against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King, Tusk mid with the fresh Blink Dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a fine position, guys.
They're going to smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Extreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. Jinkui's not even going to get in range. They miss out on that. And Amar is backing away. This is going to be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Just awkward timing too, because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Sledge, but you do commit the smoke to it. And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the Blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Well, Maureen has already secured the early game for Falcon, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to. A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 Epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcon's taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Maureen, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one to play on the front lines. Gets a little vision. Spots XM. XM, he's in danger of being blown up right away, but holds the jar counter. He's pulled back with there. CRP lands a 3-man. A skewer to finish off one, but the damage is not done yet. Maureen fighting underneath the sandstorm, and Ame behind the shards can't get to his allies.
He's blocked off.
He is blocked off, and now Falcons start making their retreat. Nova desperately with the stomp. He gets two. Ame, here comes the hammer. Maureen, he makes the Bro Strike away. Maureen's out. They'll try and get Snake King, but a shards to block him off again. Ame, he tried to show up for his team, but the path was blocked.
6 shards from Snake King there, salvaging that engagement. As Sven gets in there, you are all done.
And Amar is absolutely right. That was a 4 versus 5 fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the Sven, but no, he's talking about himself.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive RP. The only downside of that is he skewered him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Splitter's damage and then pushing them next to Ame. Didn't pay off because he got stuck behind the shards.
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front line to try and get the clump, which he did do. I don't think that's a terrible recipe for the team fight. They just couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets to free farm the whole time. Well done, team. He's learning what Skeeter feels like every game.
He kind of is. 5,000 net worth lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Maureen. Another 1,200 for Skeeter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
This Ursa's forcing heroes off the map solo, man.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Extreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG as always, though, will keep farming. This team pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely route them off the map. They'll always find something. You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Maureen's strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, Nova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom would have landed if you're farming around in this area.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa.
It's a very nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skeeter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
Well, at this point, it feels like Extreme are just going to forfeit Roshan. They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Extreme, are they just already ramping up for the high ground defense in late game?
No, you can't give up that much in this game. They almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in. I don't know if this is where you want to be right now.
Nova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life, without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helmadoms does Extreme need at this point to be able to wrap the map?
Only have the one for now.
The
We'll go a long way.
Amar and Maureen. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like actually you want to make a move with Ame's Blink. I mean, you can fight if you bring the Sven into the play and he's part of your initiation, but it's a very risky move for Ame.
Yeah,
if that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever from this bear if that fight is a disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. It pretty much means that you have to get a sick initiation if you're Extreme, if you are going to take this fight.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King. Maureen's timing perfect here. Just as XG thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives, and it's a big one.
Maureen plays off the disruption. And Jinkyu and a Helmadom creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup right there. Maureen says, thank you very much. That's the kill we needed, straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Now, the real question is who takes this Aegis? Carry one or carry two?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar, said, should I put you or Skeeter for my core in fantasy? And he said, if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true. Man had a plan. Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
I mean, space is one thing, but he's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now. And this Drinking Buddy's Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw in the previous match. He's going to have a lot better time in the fights. He has better matchups. He has more survivability. This will be a 5-man smoke move from XG. This has to land. I mean, this is a massive committal. You're down 12K at 21 minutes. If you whiff here, it's going to be a long road to come back.
Oh my God, Skeeter, he's backed away. It's looking like they're not going to get, I mean, they can maybe, with the position, take the safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes?
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Malrine, he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, snaking, shoving them back. And on the other side,
oh, they're going back
and
for
Crit, the true threat is here. The two-man power team. So much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the mag dead. He tries to skewer away, but he cannot escape. And now, X-Nova, he can't escape the bear as well. No, wait, the Purge. It slowed him down just enough, but even worse, it's XM sinking. Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, up burrow strike to finish him off. 2 cores dead on the side of Extreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch hero now, too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining any of these early fights. And both of these carries are getting massively over-farmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but are you going to be able to take down both? It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick. You're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. And once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs. Looking towards BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's just high ground defense. I think Extreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I was just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead. In theory, your lineup is great at high ground defense, but I don't care how good your lineup is. You're down 30, 40K. It's not going to matter.
XXS, got to get something here. Snaking, he'll make it as costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge, and he blinks away. Ame tried to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
So is Ame's BKB as well.
And Snaking, he watches XM take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one, though. So, a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is, he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched by the Tusk. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that drinking bunnies amping you up.
Grand final. Grand final.
Might get a taste of the bear right here. XM, that's not who you want to run into.
Amar hunting him down, got a bash. Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for the pick, because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the offlane Ursa. Was not on their bingo card.
Yeah.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer? It's the enemy team drafting 2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Extreme's going to have to do if we go to a Game 5?
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of DotA. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graphic is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold, as they are currently down 19,000 net worth. Another 2 minutes to Roshan. If Extreme is going to make a move, I anticipate it's going to be around that. Looking for any items that'll change the nature of this game. It's still XM's BKB.
I think Daedalus for Ame. Give him the big crit, empower this Sven. If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP, clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this, slow that fight down, let Ame go to work. This hero can output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill Skeeter before the Satanic allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. If Ame has Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
Ooh. You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here, man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here. Abuse the scouting from X-Nova with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody, skewer them in, look for the RP, and then you have Disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcons. That kind of team fight can maybe out-execute.
Yeah, and you, on top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish for the Magnus, right? He can keep on... If you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp after stomp. If you ever do get hit by that stomp, you might get skewered back to the base, and then Demonic Purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snake can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this Tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another interrupt. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. There are the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is the best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and land an RP, all in some of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong, but he can't power through everything.
Against seemingly insurmountable odds, Extreme Gaming, 5-man smoke, push out. If they get somehow a pick-off or a team fight that works for them, a fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game. Amar, though, he's fearless. He just jumped straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both to XXS and Shin-Q, who was in the way of that Battle Fury cleave. And X-Nova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down to contest Roshan, but he TP's back. But now Ame. Ame's spotted. He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry. Has this deep ward on the lane. Ult is up. That's an Ags ult too. Can't go on him first. They will get the D ward though. Valuable D ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D ward and having their own wards up.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the ticket. We're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this Daedalus for Ame. You really want that item to try and make this comeback possible.
You know, Avery, it's kind of fitting. I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia at this TI, and I'm really feeling it looking at this kill score. 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Be quite a different set of teams here if we were back that far. Some of the same players, though. Does take around 10 years to win a TI. Unless you're Thompson.
Very few Royal Roaders in Dota's history, that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way. It's going to be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme, they only have this one ward to play around. It doesn't really see that much for you.
Just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this crazy scaling in AoE.
Put Extreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And you've only got one more smoke left for time being on X-Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that Daedalus you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some farm. Ame maybe could take a Tormentor if he's real quick with it.
think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter takes it. He will siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Does have the gunpowder gauntlet. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those first few hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind the gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the Empower adds so much. The Epicenter fine gets the Magnus though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first. Your chase potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used, 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. Awkward glyph timing too. That was not the greatest.
It's a bad clip.
No, with the wave, not even there yet. An Octarine done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jumping around with the Earthshock all the time. He will just be perma enraged.
Look for the skewer.
Got the skewer back. No save this time. Snaking trying to pull him back. Shockwave dilutes him a little bit deeper. XXS got to be careful though. The second carry almost dies to Amar, but the demonic purge is there from Shin-Q. Good responses from Extreme, but it simply doesn't feel like it's enough.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this ultimate. Gotta fish again, gotta find another skewer.
Skeeter getting closer and closer. Ame goes to challenge him, and he's pulled away a little bit by the Drinking Buddies. Now he pops the Satanic, and it's Ame's turn. Ame's low, quarter HP. He needs to be able to hit something. It's finally gonna be Snaking. Gets that kill, starts backing away, but here comes Maureen with the Epicenter to slow him down. They take out Ame. XM in trouble outside the base. He'll be run down as well. 2 cores on Extreme, neither have buyback, and Falcons in a position to push us to Game 5. It is over. Extreme, call it early. They say that's fine. Touche. We'll see you in Game 5.
This series will go the distance. I don't even remember the last time we had a Game 5, other than those Spirit series going way back, those TIs.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI-10 was the last time we had it.
Kalau mau bantai China itu harus kita outdraft mereka. Mereka sukanya kan last pick. Jangan dikasih last pick, ya kan? Kalau udah mereka nggak dapat last pick, gampang aja counternya itu. Dengan catatan harus bisa banyak hero kan. Senyum sedikit Ame, doki-doki kah? Untuk kah? Ina, subarasi da na.
Potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third Aegis.
Stream kita apanya? Grand Final atau?
I just cannot believe that this has actually gone to a Game 5. This is the most one-sided Game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing this upcoming Game 5.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're going to take it slow. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed because it was kind of one-sided. Effie, we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies. They made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Amar, right? You're final pick in the draft. You know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent. and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane, I'm into a Sven, I can combo break the Magnus. But who else would truly draft in this style? To break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you go, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG. and then to dominate
coin
like
mereka,
He even said it himself
heads or
before he won.
tails.
He did nothing. His team did all the work.
Mereka dapatnya
honestly,
kalah.
I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG at least during the game or
Terus
still right now have like
yang
a
menang
little bit of
minta
this feeling
dapat
going on.
last pick.
Offlane
Nah,
24
last pick itu senjatanya China kan.
This is not real, but it just hit you
Jadi
and it destroyed
kalau
you. Like,
misalnya
they win all the lanes, and I
mereka
will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malreen on his staple SK,
Iya,
he
harusnya
destroyed
apa sih
X. I mean, they
gantian
played so
ini.
well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do
Berapa
whenever they
skor
win.
sementara?
They go
Dua
for
sama,
all the
dua
lane
sama.
winning stuff. They take the tier ones, they play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
30 menit loh
Snakey
selesai
also
loh.
went to drinking buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a
7-0,
dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the
2-0,
drinking buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase
0-2,
down the lane. You also then have the
aduh.
saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine. But changing up the facets, playing
Gimana guys,
with your
kita
favorite Ursa,
stream
I don't think
ulang
XG was ready for any of this.
untuk grand finalnya
It was
khusus.
just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom
Atau
left corner
bagaimana?
of the map while the rest of his team was
Ya terserah,
fighting on the
tergantung
other end.
mereka sih
He
Kaf.
just bought
Kalau
Valkyrie
misalnya kayak
from
kemarin
Offlane,
kan
but here we
dapat
can
last
see
pick
Malreen
tapi
as one of the standout
ngepicknya
players. We can talk
Brittles
and
back
talk
gitu loh.
about this
Alah,
Ursa,
kocak,
but the
melucu.
real factor of this game,
Extreme
which is
Gaming
what it has
juara nih
always
bang.
been, brought
Ya
all
sabar,
Falcons wins.
sabar.
If Malreen gets his Sand King, if he gets the pair
Pendukung
up,
Falcon
Chris
pun
Hoodwink
bilang
or
kayak
gets
gitu. Ya
Snapfire,
sabar,
they take over the
sabar.
entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded
Belum ada,
by
belum
X and
juaranya belum keluar.
his stacks were untouched. He hit all of his timings,
Ya,
and he
bagiku
took over.
mereka berdua ini lama, lama, layak
Lex,
sekali
Sven,
dua-duanya
Magnus, all these heroes,
champion.
they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They
Falcon
keep
bawa-bawa
doing
win game
farm,
5.
right? They're never overlapping their heroes, they're never really fighting. You might throw like a storm hammer here or
Ada
let's rotate,
kemungkinannya.
but it's not as explosive as the
Tapi
likes
kita
of
lihat
the
saja
Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters
akan
and stuff.
terjawab
They
di
wanna
game
switch
terakhir
to the
ini.
map.
Gimana guys,
I think
kita
XG,
stream ulang
their
atau
farm game
tetap
has
di
to
sini aja
punish
kita?
us again.
I mean, to me, like what I see also is I
Ambil
think
udah
this game is
dikutuk,
a good
nggak
indicator
ada
of that gold
kutuk-kutukan
can
kayak
face
gitu,
kind
nggak
of
ada.
everything
Itu
for you, 'cause I would just like,
gameplay
this is
semua
not
itu.
this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft.
Bebas
This also
bang.
goes to show you that this game is so complex. You
Amar
can do
udah
so many
ngantuk
different
bang.
things.
Ah, nggak
Because I'm
diganti.
pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this
Bebas
draft,
ya?
I did not
Oke
think
lah.
the Falcons draft was gonna work
Kalau
out. I'm
misalnya
not
viewer
gonna
kita
lie.
habis,
And
kita
this is-
stream ulang
that's
aja
one of
biar
the
ada
beauties
sekalian
of this game where
kenang-kenangan kan
you
grand
don't know
final
whether it's
stream
gonna work or
khusus
not until you
satu
actually see
untuk
it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, we've seen
2025
Sven
ya
so
kan.
dominant,
Grand
so I
Grand
also thought,
Final.
okay, this
Saya
Sven's
tolak
gonna
dulu
be a
guys,
tough
kencing.
puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kazu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, a quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa, and key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, you know, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep dewarding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K
Udah ya,
lead,
pas
a
mulai
100,000
drafting
gold
aja
lead,
ya.
he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem,
Mulai
jump the
drafting
backline,
nanti
and
kita
in the pressure of the
restream.
draft to identify how
Biar
to
rame,
stop
biar
Magnus and have additional scaling. Now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, this is a really cool pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside,
lama
though,
sih
and again,
dia
it was
finding
so
itu.
cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do, no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, you got the Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malvin, he got his Sand King. Crit got his mid lane.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, Nova just stopped hitting him. This was actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading. And from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that Nova's trying to do. And then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we are 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Amar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all, that where he actually got low? Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Alma hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this. Stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport, into a gank lane, which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the offlane, but
menurutku memang salah mereka sih. Harusnya mereka ketika lawan Parivision itu nggak ngepur sama sekali. Ngepicknya lucu gitu. 2-0 mereka di sini kan. BB, lucunya bang. Ya, pakai hero begitu lagi mereka. BB cok, lawan Brood Mother. Gak tahu lah cok bandnya bang. Bandnya apa nih? Ini bukannya kena ban loh, Seven nggak kena ban loh. Ini Brood Mother ya. Mereka nggak ngeban Seven, beraninya dia pick BB coba. Mampus. Ini konsekuensi dari tidak menghargai lawan. 2-0 lagi kalahnya coba. Mamam. Tapi memang harus seperti ini gitu. Jadi kalau ya itulah Cina kan. Ketika sudah merasa di atas angin, ngepur dia, sombong dia. BB cok, BB carry Battle Fury, melucu anjing. Tahu lah tadi PL dia bang, pakai PL dia tadi, game pertama ya. Oh bukan, yang ini tadi PL-nya. Kalah PL-nya tuh, yang gue bilang kan. 45 menit ini bakalan main. Kalau di bawah 45 menit pasti kalah mereka. Salah sendiri, cok. Salah sendiri. Sebenarnya mereka bisa menang lawan Parivision nih. 2-1 sebenarnya. Tapi di sini 2-0 kan melucu mereka. Konsekuensi kau capek jadinya, mampus. Ini gamenya lama-lama lagi nih. 51. 37 kita refresh dulu bang. Udah 2-2 nih kan, tuh lihat nih siapa main hari ini 3 game nih, lihat nih 42, 35, 64 berapa nih 100 menit 106, 110, 140 menit. Ini total gamenya doang nih, 140 menit mereka main tuh. Wah capek loh otak loh, otak apalagi turun itu beda bebannya. Tambah lagi ini kan. Kalau aku sih menurutku layak kalah ini Extreme Gaming, layak kalah. Dan mereka meremehkan. Harusnya mereka bantai saja, banting.
Who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu, and you can make a strong case for him as well to take this.
You can make a case for like so many of the players on stage, especially him. He keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of the way, and he's got the experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm sure that they give so much, not just in like your own gameplay, but how do you help them? How do you keep them cool? How do you go into the next game? So, yeah, I mean, you can't really say that someone doesn't deserve it. But you have so many, like all of them, they're just playing their hearts out, and just gonna have to wait and see.
Cannot. May the best team win. May the best uncrowned king win.
Yeah, I mean.
Kalau apa langsung ku stop ya guys ya. Begitu mulai nanti streamnya, begitu mulai nanti datang nanti mereka, aku langsung restream aja. Apa sekarang aja? Ya udahlah ya. Oke guys, see you on the next live stream. Kita restream aja biar rame nanti ya.